Run it back. Yo. So, dudes. Oh, God. You're not my mom? No. Are you my mommy? Mommy. Mommy. Dude, I don't know. I googled, I don't know the Civics that well, but I literally googled, what is the worst Honda Civic year? And it's like agreed on the 2017 for some reason. I don't know. I was like, Joe gets the 2017 Honda Civic Type R. Lol. Apparently it had the most recalls. Don't know why. Mint chocolate chip is good. I don't get the hate. If yours tastes like toothpaste, then you've either got the wrong flavor toothpaste or the wrong flavor ice cream. Dude, I don't know. You know, it's like people who can't handle mint are just weak. It is what it is, you know? What's up, B-Show? What's up, Joe? What's up, Snowblade? What's up? I'm scrolling. What's up, Ty? Ty with the 120 stream streak. Crazy, man. 120. Joe the Lion with the 115. Look at these gamers with their stream streaks. Holy. Mint chocolate is good for like 2 bites, then I'm done with it. What? What is your favorite ice cream flavor? Everybody share your favorite. I want to know. Because this usually is like the telling factor of like, oh, this is why. Salted, okay. Okay. Precisely. I mean, not in a judgmental way, but precisely. My mom also doesn't like mint chocolate chip, but her favorite is salted caramel. Salted caramel. Dude. I'm saying, man. Every time someone doesn't like mint chocolate chip and they say it sucks, it's salted caramel favorite. Every single time, man. Mint is spooky ghost. Whoa. Scary ghost. I had a burger for lunch. Again? I thought VIP was banned forever. No. We've saved the VIP realm. That is not my own. Not my own's VIP runs out, expires, I think on Thursday. I think it was Thursday. Moose Track salted caramel cookie dough. Chocolate chip over mint chocolate chip. That's too sweet for me. Can't do it. Nope. No, sir. My sweet tooth is as good as gone. If I have something like overly sweet, I will projectile vomit. Double chocolate chip, I would die. No. Too much chocolate, man. I would die. What do you mean, huh? Dude, they have like, I think it's General Tso's chicken. I used to order it all the time when I was younger. But now, whenever last time I had it, they have smaller boxes. And I can't finish the box, bro. I get a couple, I eat a couple of them, like, bro, I'm gonna die. It's too sweet, man. Or was it sesame chicken? Whatever it is, it was too sweet. I think General Tso's is a little bit more on the spicy side. 2017 was an incredible gen. The most tech in it, at least from the initial reviews I remember, but I'll check the gens real quick, because that looking gen of Civic, I know, was one of the best. Older ones are more loved for nostalgia while still being great platforms. Like if you were to put a Cobra against most modern cars, it wouldn't compare. The EK9 is still the best overall for what it did, but got the benefits of being the first real Type R Civic. Damn! My Google failed. I don't know the Civics well enough. I mean, I don't know cars that well. I can name cars, but man, this is bullcrap. Now I've had this streak for months, and now Twitch added this plant that'll die if I let this streak end. Were they making responsible? No, that's the weekly now. That's the weekly. Yeah, so Twitch decided you have your daily streaks for every stream you make it to, but now you have your weeklies. This is becoming an MMORPG. And now every week, so long as you like are consistent, your plant will grow and you get a badge in the chat. It's so funny, actually. And yeah, if you don't show up, your plant will die. Yes, yeah. Yeah, there's a new streak. Gonna have to set alarms? That's crazy, that's crazy. Oh no. Yeah, don't let your plant die. Come on, guys. Is that for all channels already? Like, do we have it here? Grok, is this real? I don't know if we have it here yet. Here, I sent Ty the DM so I just look. But it is real because I think it's on Elite's Elite had it at least. Send me what? The plant thing. The weeklies. Twitch is testing a new weekly rewards badge. The badge upgrades the more you watch each channel and rewards additional channel points. I'm just gonna copy paste this into Paint. I was gonna open GIMP, but I was like, it's too much effort. What the? So here you go. This week's badge, 0 of 3 days. Watch a clip, VOD, or live stream 3 days a week to earn badges and channel points. And it levels up. Just get more and more plants. I wonder if I can customize those. Yeah, some channels already have it. Wait, we do? This channel has it or no? Or yes? Wow, 200 channel points. I'm level 1 in here right now. What the? Why don't I see that? Me, the streamer, can't see my own, like... Where is it? It does have it? Where? What? I see latency. Click on Borscht. Borscht. DM'd you? Oh, I guess because I'm the streamer, I literally cannot see that. Wait, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check icon. I have to boot up the freaking page. No, I don't see it on there, but maybe it's still like just releasing for all the peeps. Maybe it's just also, you know, Firefox. I'm on Firefox, could be why. That's dope. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. It's under there. Yeah, streamer can't see it, not allowed. I'm on Chrome and I still don't see it. Oh. Huh. Maybe it's not like a channel-wide thing yet. It's, there's no way it's user-based and not streamer, right? Right? Right, guys? I'm checking. Where would it be? Viewer rewards, power-ups, and channel points. No, I don't want smart costs. Yeah, I don't see any like configuration for that. The hell, Eerie? That's the daughter, the Chud daughter, that went missing. I get it on every stream, so it's being rolled out slow, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I wonder if I have it on any channels. Who am I consistent with right now? Nobody that's live, that's for sure. I only have a streak on like two Twitch channels. And I almost missed one yesterday because they did a random like sporadic stream at like 10 p.m. Oh well, that's cool. It's cool. Just another way to get like cool little things. I want to be able to adjust the reward costs though. Like only 200 for 3 days doesn't seem correct. They need to let us like control that a little bit more, in my opinion. Oh well. Maybe all in due time. Could be worse. Could have 480 streak in a walking fanboy stream. Is that a bad thing? Hey, you're supporting the homie. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I only have a streak for Soda Poppin', his alt, Skippy Poppin', and do I have a third channel? I used to have one for Elite, but then I missed one stream because I literally slept through the entire day. It's actually crazy. No way, it's user-based. I think it is user-based, yeah. I thought it would be streamer-based because they rolled out like the other stuff for streamers, right? Like every channel it slowly got the streaks. Tell them the streak is going to end if I escape the night shift and start working the mid shift. Hey, true. A lot of my streaks will probably die out unless I find a moment to like just. Well, no, because you can save them, dude. You could just watch a clip for 3 seconds and you save the streak. Maybe it's region based. If so, rare British win. True. Maybe it is, yeah. Then again, Ty sees it. And Ty's like north of me a little bit. But he's there. I don't know. In any case, slow rollout, but whatever. Assuming you remember to save it, if it doesn't say to save it, that happens. Oh, true. Yeah, sometimes you don't even get notified to save the streak. The hell is this event ends June 7th? There's an event? What event? We got an event? I'm overwhelmed. There's so much information. What event? What's happening now? The plant. Maybe it's just the test? Like it's a temporary thing? I don't know. There's no channel I can check because there is no plant. It's fake. No. Maybe what they're saying is June 7th is when you like max it out. There's a snail outside my house. Hey, what's his name? What you name him? Wait, what do you mean was? They'll take away these badge over limited time. Yeah, I don't know, Twitch. He's gone now. What did you do to him? He disappeared in the grass. Oh. Jesus. I'm like, he's been disposed of. He's been eliminated. Gone for good. Dude, you fool! Oh my god, it was the immortal snail! What about June 7th? Apparently that's when the plant event ends. I think that's when you max out the plant and then you have to like reset it or something. Although I kind of wish you can make it more. My opinion on all these updates is they tend to be pretty cool, like the stream streaks, but I feel like the streamer should have more control over like what you get. So I can be like, yeah, you know what? You have a stream streak of 2,000. Here's 10,000 channel points. So probably more, honestly. They'd be worth at that point, you know, 2,000 is a lot. Here's a million channel points. Just double up your channel points from like every day's stream. So if we stream 4 hours average, you gotta multiply that. 10K for some channels is literally nothing. Yeah, true. That is true. I would have to do some major price adjustments, especially for like the yearly roll redeem. If I do that, if I'm like, oh, dude, yeah, just no more 500K. They need to make it a thing we can edit. Yeah, I want to be able to edit stuff a little bit more, you know? Why can't I edit stuff? Did you know? Did I? Hang on, it's too long. What he means by that is, you know, he already had it pre-typed and ready. And he had to split it a little bit, you know? He doesn't Google this stuff, guys. Come on. We all know this is pure legitimacy. On April 29th, 1968, the pioneering and controversial music Hair premieres on Broadway. The now famous Tribal Love Rock musical gave New York theatergoers a full frontal glimpse of the burgeoning 60s counterculture by spotlighting how youth were struggling with the generation gap, the Vietnam War, and navigating both the burgeoning. I feel like I've heard burgeoning and burgeoning, so I don't know which one is actually correct. I don't know if that's like British versus English or American or what, but drug culture and the sexual revolution. It quickly became not just a smash hit show, but a genuine cultural phenomenon that spawned a million-selling original cast recording and a #1 era-defining song, Aquarius, Let the Sun Shine In, for the Fifth Dimension. He's got a formatted doc. Yeah, exactly. Come on, guys. He would never just Google this stuff. He does his research. He writes it all on a little Google Doc. Does all the formatting. We need a deadmau5 tribute DJ on VR chat. Because there's so many Porter Robinson ones. Or like Breakcore. You know what? It's gonna be me. I'm gonna become the deadmau5 tribute DJ. I'm just gonna do like inspired deadmau5 DJ sets on VR chat. It's gotta be you. Dude, yeah. I think it just makes sense, right? You know, who knows him better than me? I know him since 2009. Very personally too, you know, we met, we had some coffee together, and you know, I have 50 signed vinyls on my wall. Now I'm just making it all up, but I've only actually seen him live once. I'm a poser. I'm a poser. Only real fans. see their artist multiple times. And if you've never seen your favorite artist live, then I guess you're a poser. Yeah, you're just not a real fan. So if you say that Pink Floyd is your favorite band of all time or the Beatles, you're just lying because you clearly never saw them live. It's crazy. Or they just never play in Europe. That's actually very true. Madeon, do you know what's funny about Madeon is he's French. And he just loves the US so much that this dude just tours in the US and sometimes in like parts of Asia. And like I always see this, I'm like, he's just screwing over to like his own homeland. But they died 13 years after their last gig. Yeah, you got to change your username, dude, because if you've never seen David Bowie live, then you're just a poser. Yeah. I've been a fan for like 8 years, and he never played once. That's actually so depressing. That's crazy. That's so sad. I saw Madeon twice. I saw him for Good Faith, and I saw him for the Shelter tour. That wasn't meant to sound like a flex. He loves New York. I don't know what it is about Madeon, but like him plus Brooklyn, it's like he always talks. He has a whole speech during the Brooklyn shows where he's like, "Guys, this is where it all started." I'm like, dude, you're from France. You're from France, dude. He's like, this is where I wrote Good Faith. And I'm like, that's cool. Well, how did, and then he literally explains like, I felt no motivation in France. So I flew over to LA. And LA, I wasn't feeling it. So I flew over to New York and there's this record studio here. And I just walked around Brooklyn. And I went back to the studio and I just felt so inspired. And I wrote Good Faith and I'm like, that's cool, I guess. I mean, that is really cool, but I only ever hear him talk about Brooklyn. I'm like, I hate this place, but I'm glad he likes it. Sure, bud. I mean, I assume he's telling the truth. He announces the end of era show, and all of us here are like, match, yeah. It's not even because I'm a fan, it's a whole persona now. Did I ever have a persona based on a musical artist? Maybe. Probably Porter Robinson, though. No, it was a weird mix of like Porter and Madeon because my Koyo Red model, like V2, had a Madeon tattoo. In the exact spot that I have mine. Not Madeon, but my tattoo. I mean, to be fair, during the Minecraft era, I was very Deadmau5 coded, but I wouldn't say it was my persona necessarily. I don't know if I have an equivalent to Joe the Lion 26 and David Bowie. The persona isn't even based on Bowie though, kinda, sort of, because part of it is taken from an OC that is inspired by Bowie. Oh, I see. The name is taken from a Bowie song. Okay. My username on Destiny 2 is Monophobia. That's a Deadmau5 song. Dude, that's so sad. You can't like. Okay. It is sad that your favorite music artist is dead, but it's sadder when your favorite musical artist is alive and doesn't tour anywhere near you. What is that about? Why does Madeon hate Europe? He's from Europe. He hates us. That's so crazy. That is insane. Then again, Bring Me the Horizon, I mean, they do tour in Europe, but typically it's just Japan. They revisit Japan like 5 times a year. I do have an old RuneScape. Oh no, I renamed it. My RuneScape account's name at the time, I think it was Arguru, Arguru. That's a Deadmau5 song as well. Let me see if I can find it. Here. It's not even my favorite. It was just the only title of his that I could use as a username because no one took it for some reason. I did have a lot of Deadmau5 usernames. Honestly, we had about 60 streams that were just called There Might Be Coffee and then a number. Like hashtag the stream number. I just named that today because I wanted to. Because there is coffee. True, but there's always the ability to see them, just that it costs a month's wages. Yeah, but it's crazy that some people can't, I mean, like, obviously, some people just can't afford that, right? So, it's sad in that sense. Like, what if, for the first time ever, Madeon shows up in the UK to do a show, but it's like on the other side of the UK, and Bisha just doesn't have the funding for it. I mean, in Bisha's position, I would get a loan just to go. I would get a loan just to go see the show because he might never come back. If Deadmau5 announces his final show ever and it's in Niagara Falls and I don't have the money, I will get a loan. I'll pay it off as soon as possible. I would get a loan just to go see it. I wouldn't go so he knows what it's like. He's like, what? Where is Bisha? Where is this guy? I thought he would be... Loans wouldn't be the worst idea, because I think I might have missed one of my only chances I had to see Death Grips over 60 quid, or euros. That does suck. That is crazy, yeah. Hey man, look at us, Hololive only does events in California and New York. Imagine how the rest of the US fans feel. LOL. True that. Barring the fact that I haven't really done any Hololive event things. They're not even real. Oh my god! Did he just say that? Oh my god. They're digital. Artists that I would love to see live. That I haven't yet. That's kind of hard. I've seen a lot of the artists that I've wanted to see. Like Linkin Park I've seen live. Paramore. So is Miku. I've actually seen Miku live. In Miku Expo, what was like 2014. That was too far. It's heartbreaking. It's crazy. Deadmau5 once. I'd like to see him live again, to be honest. Rez would be cool to see live. I mean, I kind of did, but Miku play Faden. What? Dude, Miku Expo was crazy. I don't know. I'm not even a Miku fan. I was hoping Gumi would be there, and I realized that doesn't make sense because Gumi isn't a part of that like thing. Whoa, a zip drive. What's up, North Princess? I did see Anamanaguchi because they were there for the Miku Expo at the time. That's when Miku, Uiu came out. Death Clock, the Adult Swim Man, but their tour dates so fuck. Yeah, never saw them live. You've never seen the, maybe I have and I just don't know. It's Denim Day today? Hell yeah. Oh, I have. Yes.
Just come outside for the night. Yeah, take your time. Get your light. Yeah, Johnny Depp. Yeah. Out of my key. I've been.
Dude, if they just pull this. This isn't just Miku, this is with Stardust and Tato, but bro said kombucha. Mr. Tato, yeah. I can't with this song, bro. I'm just like, I'm imagining going to Miku Expo and they have all of these like super weeb like Vocaloid songs, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, the lights dim and Miku comes out like holding a blunt or something, and it's just like with Tato and Stardust. Don-chan no Canada. Yo, do not sleep on Silent Hill by Fuomoko. Dude, Fuwawa in that song goes hard. There's this one part of the song that she does, it just made me feel some sort of way, man. Like, now we gotta listen.
This song is for our rival, Kevin Lamar.
Kevin Lamar. Oh yeah.
We don't even remember.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be so transparent. I really didn't care for Fuomoko until this was in my recommended, and I was like, dude, what? Yeah. Dissing Kevin Lamar. Hey. This shit's crazy, man. This whole part's my favorite. I don't know why, but it's just like this entire part is.
They don't fuck with me if you could.
This-
The stick hit a push with the wood. First up, I roll with rip in the foot. Don't worry about us over here, we good. The AP Roman numeral, everywhere I go, I need pharmaceuticals. I run my whole conglomerate.
She just kinda like- Forget the beat.
Track out lunch like a swing shot. Big old ruby diamond on my pinky finger. That boots look like a ring pop. Money on my mind, money on your head. Count rap 3 times. When coming through jets. Red cross. Fit in the studio with cake off fresh out the face. Yeah, can stand the rain. Don't stand a chance. Yeah, shuffle like candy paint. I spin a band on my bands.
Cursing those bars, you just can't understand her. You're probably right.
Survive off a tuna pack.
I wonder if he's heard this. Dude, he'd be like, what is this shit?
See to do with the full, I whipping up some of that only do scans in the lab. Every Thursday, girl, they spending time with my daughter, makes me go harder. Every Sunday service, they teach my boy to be a man, I ain't have no father. Fell in love with the block, I don't have no pockets, a solid shock of a mother. We're stacking up money up proper, oh, the diamonds, it looks like marbles. All of my water, aqua, beat it, a block until we spout them. I don't want your money, boy, I want your life, but flip right still my rob 'em. Ball, pussy, ball, pussy, puss off me like ball, pussy, puss off me like ball, pussy, let's stay, pussy.
After this, I was like, all right, Full Moko, man. Gotta be the best. Gotta be the best. Gotta be the best. Where's my blunt? They still gotta be smoking some crazy Zaza while doing this, like, in the stew. Could you imagine? Yeah! Hell yeah, dude. Some good shit right there. What's up, Error? Gamer subs infused Zaza. Oh my god, they put it in like the blender. Oh god. They just blended it into their gamer subs. Deep dive on their rivalry, and it was them pointing out that he barks in a song, and they're like, he bow-bowed? What? Dude, unbelievable. No wonder. I'm just saying, but, you know, Kevin Lamar's been pretty quiet since they dropped that. He ain't even reply to them. He just beefed with Jirake. What the hell? Winston Overwatch. What is this, Trogdor? Why are you Winston Overwatch? Why is there just a plush as a badge? It's kind of funny, actually. I want to see that though. I want to see like an official live show, and just like everything is so normal, and then one out of pocket song, like Fiend, Miku, dude, in the stoner drip. I don't know how Live would react if Kevin name drops Fuomoko in a song. Probably a lawsuit. They'd be like, "Oh hell nah." But think of the publicity. Kevin Lamar drops Fuomoko in a song. What would the bar even be? Fuomoko mad, I go bow, 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 bow. This world is so not serious, dude. This world is so not serious. I can't. This fucking ass evil Lamo, bro. Dude, love is evil. Spell it backwards, I'll show you. What is yours? Why do you have 2 badges? What is Cryana? What do you got against Winston? Nothing. It's just funny you have a plush as a badge. It's just like, I was so weird. This Chewy guy got CS2 Pick'em's Glorp badge, and he has Cryana. What's going on here? Somebody got some crazy badges. I'm scrolling, I'm looking. This Bisha guy got the artist badge. What the hell is that? I'm just kidding. It's my favorite pastime. If I'm not like really watching a stream, but I'm looking at the chat, I'm like, what is this badge? I didn't want to cry one since I haven't played that game yet. Pragmata. Oh. Oh, I see. You wouldn't want to get it. Oh, it's that one. Right. Right. That shit got like controversy and a half or some. Pregnant man. Pragmata. Oh no. Man. Crazy. Crazy. Raging Wolfhelm. Now I'm looking at everyone's badges. Joeline doesn't have one. Pisses me off. Put a badge on. Twitch might have making people gift a sub to get a Twitch badge? Yeah. I say that, but I don't think I have one either. Lo. Yeah. If you're a Chatterino user, you can see I have a Chatterino supporter badge. That's all I have. Oh yeah, I have broadcaster, you're right. The hell is this? What? What the? Wait, what is that? Marathon Silkworm. You watched the marathon? Gone Bananas badge. Dude, nice banana badge, dude. Oh, sick. Marathon Silkworm. Isn't that not my own's? No, it's not. Never mind. It looks familiar. I was like, isn't that not my own's like profile picture on Discord? It is not. Low. The hell is that? What badges I got? Probably not a lot. I have all the NASA ones. Pause my dumb stream, alright? I'm trying to look at my badges. Chat identity. I have Fright Fest. Oh, Fright Fest. Wait, they finally added a transparent variation. So they have this one, cat, with like the border, but then I have this one now, cat. Now, if only NASA did that, cat. Why can't NASA make theirs transparent? I have Umbrella Corp. I have Mr. Raccoon. I have the Cyclothon one. I have the Destiny ones. I have the like 2018 charity one. Ever played this game in my life? Yeah, but I streamed it. I think you were here for that. We were in the raid race. I got this one. You have to watch Roblox for this shit, bro. Forced me to watch Roblox for a fish badge. Can you believe it? Get rid of them. I don't want the badges. Oh, yeah, I got a Ditto. Raider icon? I found about the NASA ones too late. That sucks. That does. Oh, there's more than this? What do you mean more than this? All just gifting subs? Yeah, the gifting subs ones I don't typically get. Unless one of my friends stream it. You know, this song's in The Sims. My watch is telling me to stand up. I'm gonna stand up. And then we're gonna play some Voices of the Void, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna play some Voices of the freaking Void. Winton was worth it. Wait, you have to give subs for that one? Oh, no. Classic, dude. Classic Blizzard. Play Mario Kart now. Oh, yeah. Mario Kart. I'm jamming out. What a banger. Maybe we should play The Sims 2 on stream one day. I mean, Smexy Lexi gifted to us the remake. It was a little scuffed at first, but I think they fixed it. Yo. Remake? Yeah, it's a remake of Sims 1 and Sims 2. You did it! You stood up! How does it even know? How does this watch even know that I'm standing up? What if I just pretended to? I need a standing desk. No, I'm actually really happy with this desk. If you guys ever, like, want a big desk, but you don't want to pay, like, $30 billion for one, I'm telling you, get, like, unironically, a kitchen counter from, like, IKEA, and get some, like, table legs, and just DIY it. This is the drop. This is the kick. This is the hook. I think this is the song, right? This is the hook. Dining table as my desk for that reason. It's so good though, right? Like my desk has 3 monitors. On the other side, it's the laptop, the printer. I have a printer on it. It's a smaller printer, but it's a printer. If I shifted stuff over a little bit, dude, I would have so much space on this desk for so much more. It's great. I don't really make use of the right side, though, at the moment. I think my plan would be to, if I start working, I would just have, like, the laptop set up over there. Me with my fold-out table. I mean, that's cool, too, dude. I think, like, desks are a little bit overrated unless you really need those drawers, you know? But I could add that to this anytime I want too, because it's a countertop. And it's great because if you spill something on this thing, you don't get the weird, you know, those blemishes or whatever it is, those little like poppy bubbles. This is the second variation of this one. This is the hook. Bridge by light wave. You sound like XQC. 6 monitors, 15-minute delay, and then what? My marker arm doesn't properly attach on the side, but I made it work. I mean, I'm happy with my PC setup, to be honest. As far as like the monitors and stuff, I'm pretty happy with it. I do say that a 4th monitor would be great, which is not incorrect, but I don't know where I would put it at the moment. I don't know. How do you guys like sorry, I had to rewind there. How do you guys like your coffee? You guys got preferences? I think that would be like, well, that didn't sound English. I mean, it did, but like weird. I think for like a podcast, it would have to be early morning because I need coffee. I feel like that's the vibe. You have like a podcast with coffee drinking and it's just about music talk. That'd be sick. Oh, yeah. We get Bisha. We fly Bisha over for a podcast. Hey, Ghost Mom, what's up? Hey, friend. Oh, wait. I can look at his badges. Twitch recap 2025. And 7 TV subscriber. Whoa. Nice badges, dude. Cool. Totally radical, dude. So Win XP, welcome in. Yo, freaking sick katana. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Oh my god. I sound like a stoner today. What's wrong with me? I keep thinking of Miku. It's like you got like, dude, imagine a seamless transition too. And it's just Miku, Miku, ooey you, if you know that song, right? It's like the most Miku-esque song ever, and it's just like whatever, you know, VTuber vibes. And it just like fade out. And then Fiend. God, I gotta listen to it again. I gotta listen to it again. That shit's crazy, man. That shit's crazy. And you hear this fade in, dude, and Miku steps out holding like a blunt in her hand, or in her hand. Right, this is in VR chat.
Just come outside for the night. Yeah, take your time. Get your light. Yeah, Johnny Depp. Yeah, yeah. Out of my key. I've been.
I mean, it goes hard, dude. Dude, people do some crazy things with Vocaloid. I can't. Something about kombucha and like rap songs. It's so funny. Dude, this video's shot in the Black Cat. Dude. 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 I can't, dude. I can't. I can't, dude. Can you imagine Miku saying homicide live? That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. Someone just commented on my VOD video. My VOD video saying deserves more views. Perhaps some sort of name can help you with that. Dude, thanks. Yeah, I'll be sure to go view bot my VOD channel, dude. Yeah, let me go do that, dude. Let me go view bot my VOD channel. Yeah, dude, yeah, I love the fiend part. Yeah, it's just so like, whoa, dude. Whoa. No Mikus were harmed in the making of this video. Unlike concert. Same, bro. Another day, another missed bump. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, your bumps, man. Unfortunate. You know, this is how it is. It's okay, they get uploaded to YouTube. You can go see them anytime you want. Chaz, this week's bump good? I'm gonna be honest, I think it's the weakest of the bunch. I did it at like 4 in the morning, I was dead tired, and I just wanted to be done with it. But I like the song for it. I think I didn't do the song justice. I didn't see it. I got an ad. That sucks. That sucks. Honestly, I don't know how many of them can like match last week's bump, because last week's bump I put so much. It's so funny, dude. I was telling people, they were asking about the bumps. I think Joe was one of them. And I was like, dude, I don't know. I don't have time to make this bump. I don't think I'll make it in time. And I looked at all of my like university assignments. I was like, wait, I did them already. I finished them all. And it ended up being like my favorite bump that I ever made. I put more effort to that bump than into any other bump from the weeks. It's crazy. What's up there, Shirkwan? Yeah, we're an hour in. It's time for some Voices of the Void, ladies and gentlemen. Voices of the Void, ladies and gentlemen. Huge. Next week, barring any like scheduling issues that could possibly happen, we will probably do Lethal again. We'll do another Community Wednesday. We're gonna try to make it bi-weekly. I really don't want to burn out, and I'm gonna be honest. Like, as fun as it was last week, it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun this week, even if I added more like mods to it. I'm still like severely burnt out. Repo night? No. Repo and Peak are on like the back burner, but like the second back burner. Like I'm so fried on those games, dude. I don't know how you guys are still able to play them. I just don't get it. I want to play the golf one, dude. I want to play the golf game. We need people to get the golf one. Super Battle Golf. You know what? I'm not hosting Lethal Company next week. We're gonna do Super Battle Golf, even though there's only 2 people. Ads are starting, by the way. They're coming up. Be forewarned. You got about 10 seconds. Golf, let's talk about it. Oh wait, ad. Well, there you go. I will resub when I can. You don't have to resub. Listen, I'm gonna make a channel in the Discord. That was spooky that they ran at me like that. I need to make a channel in the Discord that just shows people how to like do the ad blocker thing that works for both Chrome and Firefox. I need to just like upload it somewhere. Sorry, my Prime is going to the Orca. Yeah, pretty fair. Pretty fair. My Prime goes to Grimmy, and it probably will never go to anyone else. Unless Grimmy quits streaming. But she said she plans to do it until she's 70 years old, so... I kind of believe her. She's crazy. What's up, Ramus? Ooh, what does Ramus have? He has Fright Night 2025. Whoa. Cool, dude. A grapple hook is just what I needed. Oh yeah, because like Shirkwan set up that whole defense system, right, for his balcony. I shall use that to get on balconies. Damn. Crazy. Crazy. Alright. Just gotta let the ads go through. We got about 30 more seconds. It's gonna be weird in like 20 years when we have 70-year-old YouTubers, but I think there are some people who are pushing 70 who have been on YouTube since like, nearly the beginning, like Tecmo. Well, there was the RuneScape YouTuber streamer. He's like 80. It's crazy. Can you imagine if I was like a consistent streamer and I continued on to be 80 years old playing like Voices of the Void? Was he on YouTube since near the beginning? I think it was on Justin TV. I don't know about YouTube. He maybe on YouTube. I know he streamed a lot because his what is it? Not niece and nephew. His grandchildren helped him set it up. Yo, welcome back from the ad break, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for Voices of the Void. Watch a stream and I'm in an elder care home with dementia, and each stream will be an exciting first meeting. No, God, don't. How are you gonna find me then? You're gonna be like, oh, geez, what was that one stream I used to watch? Oh man, he always complains and is like, muscle memory. Oh my God, you're right. You just like somehow always drift over to. I got distracted by the music. This isn't Deadmau 5. That'd be kind of insane, though. Dude, they're not even Canadian. Pisses me off. Stop following me. All right. We're reaching the end of the story mode, guys. We got 9 days left in game. Did I get my bonus, my weekly bonus? Well, I wouldn't know because I erased the entire thing. Beep. Do you guys think you'll be playing video games until, like, you're old? My glow stick. Oh. Maybe. I can't wait to be retired and still playing RuneScape. Dude, I don't know. I'm so, like, unsure about it. I don't know. As I've gotten older, I've definitely burnt out of games a lot faster. Maybe I'll be maxed by then. I hope so, man. I hope you are maxed by then. That'd be awesome. But in all honesty, I don't know if the burnout is necessarily because I'm getting older or because the games of today aren't as good. You know what I mean? Like, I can still lock in maybe like 1 month consistent, maybe more, consistent daily RuneScape sessions. You know? Like, I could. Absolutely. A good MMO or like a Monster Hunter game, I can still for sure commit to like hundreds of hours. So it has to be a good game. It'll be unique games like this. Yeah, I can definitely see myself being like 50 years old playing Voices of the Void. I could see that. I barely play games now. But also in your case, I feel like because of the work hours you have, it's harder to get like friends to play with. Maybe I'm wrong, but he's gonna go back to VR chat and go for 100,000 hours. Dude, I already get like major eye strain thinking about going back into VR. I can't imagine being older and getting into VR. That's insane. Like, my VR tolerance levels are so low nowadays. Fishing in VR chat until the elder care home. Dude, but that's the problem. Do you think that some of these things, like, do you think RuneScape will still be available to play? Officially, not like in some private servers, officially in like 30 years, 20 years? Probably not. Well, I don't know. I'm only asking that because if we said World of Warcraft, I think World of Warcraft will be around in 20 years. About to be 70-year-old e-boy? God, no. Oh, Jesus. Please, no. Dude, if I see Soda Poppin be like 80 years old still streaming, it would be so funny. If any big game can last that long, it'll be RuneScape and yeah, WoW. Yeah, I can see World of Warcraft, RuneScape for sure. I don't know about Final Fantasy 14. I think they're eventually gonna like drop that one and make a new MMO. That it'll be Final Fantasy, but it won't be 14 anymore. Man, I freaking hate everything. Oh god. 80-year-old XQC. Dude. I literally can't, dude. Literally, dude, I can't. 80-year-olds on Adderall. Streaming, dude, Summit 1G doing like another 15-hour stream at the age of 80. Playing like H2Z2. VR chat dancer? Oh my god. No. Care home simulator. 80-year-old XQC will get stuck stuttering and forget what he was talking about. Dude, literally, dude, I can't, what can't I? Dude, I don't remember. I literally can't, though. I literally can't, dude. I don't know what I can't, but I literally can't, dude. That's crazy. I think Fortnite will be around in like 20 years. I think it'll be a completely different game by then, but I do think Fortnite will be around. I mean, look, Diablo's still coming out. You know, there's more Diablo games. I mean, they're different, but there's still more Diablos. Average Jerma stream. An average Jerma stream is him being old and forgetting everything, but he's also stoned off like off the wazoo. Like Jerma's it's crazy. By then he'll like forget his name and like people are gonna call him Jerma. He's like, what did you just call me? You hear him take a rip from the bong. Fortnite chat. Fortnite buys out VR chat so it can be the only metaverse. Oh god. No, please. Can you imagine if like Amazon purchased VR chat or something? You can get like, you can use the Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime on VR chat. Hey. Actual only real reason why I would stop playing games as I get older is either because of how time consuming they can be, or if they cater way too much to those who really want to sweat at the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm already at the point where I feel like I'm too old for shooters, and it's not because I'm too old for shooters, it's because I'm not good at them. I don't have the reaction time, or like the aim. If I showed you even like a singular clip of me playing The Division 2, you would laugh. I'm not good at aiming, I'm not good at shooters. And maybe I just don't have like that comfort sense, but... I'm already struggling with some bosses in OSRS and I'm losing my mind at it. Oh no. This game is great. I just picked up a random figurine off the floor in a random street. Sweet. You've literally shown me a clip of you in The Division, and you're not even bad. I disagree. You know, when the enemies start, like, running and you're pretty close to them, it's so hard to keep track and, like, follow them and shoot them. I can't consistently, like, keep hitting them. Where's Kerfus? Would you get, like, consumed? I'm gonna become that boomer that only plays, like, Sid Meier's Civilization. Wait, but he got them all. What the hell? Kerfus, did you get Vord again? Kerfus? Where are you? Gavin! Oh, Kerfus, you silly little goose. So when do the three of us play The Division together? That'd be fun. We also have Fusion who plays. We should sometime. It'd be fun. What are you doing, but dude, Kerfus? Do I have to start moving this entire table setup now? Consistent play CSGO. I've told the story before, but I got myself VAC banned on my OG Steam account on CSGO because I couldn't stand playing it anymore because my friends only played competitive. I got sick and tired of it. I was never that into shooters, aside from Halo. I was disgusting on Halo Reach. But that was a controller shooter game, you know? Aiko hates me and won't play. In my defense, I do play the Division 2 basically solo a lot. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. You want to see my exact experience? You know what? Let me pull up a clip just to... You'll see my terrible aim. I don't even care. Let me see. Hold on. You'll see exactly why. Is this a good clip? No, this clip sucks. I'm looking at the clips. I'm trying to pick one out. Sure. Give me this one. File location. Where'd it go? This is not the right one. This it? Nope. This it? You want to see why I don't play with others? My whole gameplay loop of the Division 2. I don't, can you hear this? Yeah, you can. Okay. Is running around Literally just running around, blasting music. And then I just jump into combat whenever the instant comes through. And this is the entire thing. And this is why I don't like join calls a lot. Is because I just want to jam out to some music. And just shoot some dudes. See, this is my aim. It's terrible. God, this song is a banger. In my defense, sometimes I don't aim for the head because they have little like weak spots, but yeah, that's where it ends. And that is literally what I do. I just run around blasting tunes and vibing. That's all I do. I know everyone's always like, why won't you join the call? Because I won't hear you, man. The music's at 200% volume. During my secondary school, we'd all play Modern Warfare 2 Search and Destroy with all the riot shield. It was so fun. That is actually great. Kind of just did this last week in Ghost Call. Oh yeah, I saw you guys in there. She was just doing the same thing while me, Zeph, and DD were playing Monster Hunter. Sometimes I randomly join calls, and then everyone's confused. Everyone's like, why'd you join? Did you want to talk about something? I'm like, no, I'm just here. Also, I agree, Halo 3 is not the same on PC. That was literally the case. Let's see, what the hell? What's Chewie doing here, man? What the hell? Sometimes I see them there, and I'm like, what if I just joined? But what if I just didn't say anything? And just confuse them? Always join. I mean, we did talk. Well, that's the thing. Would I talk? Maybe. I think it's my introverted side or something. Something I really like about New York, I like about general, like, cities that are big, is people watching. You know what I would say? I would join the call and be like, hey, someone screen share. Now. And then I would mute. Or I would deafen or something. And they're like, oh, okay, here you go. And then I would just watch. That's not true. I probably wouldn't deafen. Hello? Coffee? What's up, Artifact? Good to see you, man. Soundboards? I wouldn't do that, but yeah. Halo Reach was my favorite. I still think Halo Reach is the best Halo game. The story is fantastic. The PvP was awesome. I think one of my hottest takes when it comes to like video games is I think that Master Chief is overrated to a certain degree. I like the games, and this applies to like even Star Wars. I don't care about the Skywalkers. I like the little dudes that aren't talked about as often. Noble 6, Halo Reach, Halo ODST. It's still the plot is still around Master Chief, but dude, the Ewoks, yes, the Ewoks, dude. Yes. How are you doing? Pretty good, pretty good. What's this bozo doing? To be fair, a lot of my friends, they only play like 2 of the same games nowadays, or none at all. I don't even know the last time Leaf played a video game that wasn't Phasmophobia. I don't count VR chat as a video game unless you're literally playing a video game in VR chat. Otherwise, I burn out so fast. I am looking forward to Forza. I can see myself, like, committing, like, hundreds of hours into the next Forza. I mean, it's in Japan, so... Oh yeah, the zoo game. That's right, the zoo game. I would probably play the Tomodachi game, but I don't know how long I would play it. I'd probably get bored pretty quickly. I would make all the characters, it'd be really funny, and then I'd stop playing. It's just not worth the 60 bucks. Hot take, hot opinion, I don't know. Ireland, yo, sup, man? Sorry guys, I'm just waltzing around and yapping, but I'm trying to get these signals going, and there's no events going on right now, so. Dude, I'd be down to do the ODST campaign on Legendary. Lasso. All skulls on, dude. Legendary, all skulls on. Do you know how long that would take? Oi, oi. My Canadian friends are trying to, like, convince me that, Tim Hortons is good, but not from Tim Hortons. You have to actually buy, like, the coffee, beans or whatever, the coffee grounds. A long time likely? Yes. I've tried it. Juvie, Fox, Glenn, and I, on my birthday, we played the Lasso campaign of Halo Reach. Dude. It took us like nine and a half hours to beat it. Well, it was actually a little bit less than 9.5 hours because we tried the multiplayer afterwards and it was dead. And we were getting destroyed. I'm sorry, I'm not a game rager. I don't get mad at games very often, if at all. But if I play Fortnite or like, what is it, Arc Raiders, and I hear like a 15-year-old saying, "Duh, get wrecked, 6-7," I would probably slam my desk. I'd be like, I am so washed, and I would like punch the shit out of my wall, or like my camera, like what's his face, Summit 1G. I'd be pissed. All right. Oi, oi. The last nail in the coffin. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh. Yeah. That's right, we're broke. I wish I could move this fridge down to the other room. Like, I don't use any of that stuff down there. Or up here. We just use the kitchen. We really don't use the second floor for anything. Aside from sleeping. And I was tempted to get the sleeping bag. Solely so I didn't have to go upstairs anymore. But then, you know, I have my GPUs up there. Stretch. Holy moly, that felt good. Don't forget to stretch, chat. We're all old. You don't want to regret. The radio tower has been damaged. Really? Who is everybody's favorite actor? You can only pick one. Dead or alive. Not enough space. Oh, bollocks. Oh, noodles. Robert Pattinson? Really? I like Jim Carrey. I don't think the only person who would come like close to Jim Carrey would be Robin Williams, probably. Matthew McConaughey or Ryan Gosling. Yeah, those are good ones. Ryan Gosling, I really have to go see Project Hail Mary. I have to go. Yeah, exactly. Everyone's saying it's like the best movie of the last decade. I gotta go see it. I don't love following specific actors. I want to divide myself from the person behind the character as much as possible. That being said, it's still difficult. So probably Ryan Gosling. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. I really liked him in Blade Runner. I think in order, I would probably say Jim Carrey, Robin Williams, Keanu Reeves. Maybe Ryan Gosling. There's another actor. I keep forgetting his name. He's in like a film with I think Denzel Washington. It's like something House. I think it's Denzel Washington. Safe House? Is it Safe House? Oh, Ryan Reynolds. Some of his films are pretty good. I like Ryan Reynolds films. I mean, he's Deadpool, right? Yeah. Big Mama's House too. Honestly, I hate Ryan Reynolds. What? Damn, he seems like such a chill guy though, compared to other actors. I'm gonna be honest, Jim Carrey is like, he's gone psycho mode. He's really not a good example to have as your favorite actor these days, but he's just, dude, 99.9% of my humor is Jim Carrey. I like Denzel Washington, yeah. What's the name of the, was it Chris, no one for Robin Williams? I said Robin Williams is my second favorite. He's the closest to Jim Carrey. It's not very close, but it's close. Close enough to be comparable. Too fake of a real actor? Too fake! He's Deadpool! I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, to be honest, because a lot of the actors are fake in my brain. I like Leonardo DiCaprio. I mean, I like select films from him. Christopher Walken? I do like Christopher Walken. I meant Christopher, the Batman. The one who was the Dark Knight. I have Joe's Ryan Reynolds problem, but with Keanu Reeves? Really? Really? I feel like Keanu's like so authentic. There's so many pictures of him like just eating a sandwich like in the middle of on a bench in the park in New York. But maybe that's why I kind of great person, but the man does not act. Oh, that is fair. Yeah, like even in Cyberpunk, he's really just Keanu Reeves, but like anti-corporate. No, you're right. No, I agree with that. I'm gay for this is you hate women? Well, okay, I like Emma Watson. But, dude, I don't know Emma Watson outside of Hermione, so I can't use her as an example. I really don't know another movie that she's been in except, what, Beauty and the Beast? I didn't watch that one. He's so authentic, but as an actor, he's good, but not a favorite. She gave up acting? Oh. But basically, that's all I know. I don't know. Emma Stone. Emma Stone's hilarious. What's the, Julie, oh, man. Oh, man, there's one, I'm thinking of one now. Julie Dench? No. No, no. That's Judy. Judy Dench. Oh, man. Look at funny female actors. All right, just work with me here. I forget her name. Oh, Melissa McCarthy. Dude, Melissa McCarthy's hilarious. I like Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston, dude. Friends. Lisa Kudrow, Friends. Courtney Cox, Friends. A lot of these are Friends, but... I like, what's her name? I like the actress that, she's Wednesday Addams. I'm really bad with names, right? Yeah, I like, yeah. Olivia Rodrigo, yeah. She's good. They're not like a top 5. Emma Stone might be a top 5. Emma Stone's pretty funny. I like Emma Stone. And Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston is also a good actress outside of the roles she normally play. True. Christian Bale. Oh, Christian Bale, yeah. Great actor too, but same as Keanu to me. Fair. Jenna Ortega. Wait. Oh, Olivia Rodrigo's the musical artist. Yeah, Jenna Ortega. Olivia Rodrigo's a music artist. Can't believe I was like, yeah, that's her, yeah. I find her super pretty. Jenna Ortega, yeah, I agree. Yeah. New indie game where it's you finding off all the unplayed games in your Steam library? No, but that would be scary. I have a lot of unplayed games in my Steam library. Who is the actress from Fast and Furious? The Vin Diesel's GF. Michelle Rodriguez. Vin Diesel in a wig. I don't know, alright? Listen. I don't watch, like, a lot of... Dude, like... I really don't watch a lot of movies in general. Sort of, yeah, but also both came up in something recently, so I got the names mixed. Yeah, that's fair. We used to do movie nights. Yeah. Used to. Dude, I have, like, no motivation to watch any movies. Like, nothing... Aside from Project Hail Mary, which we clearly can't do a movie night of, because it's still in theaters. Apes was peak, no wonder why we stopped. Yeah, like nothing can be better than the Planet of the Apes films. Like those are just the best. The thing is, I would host movie nights, but it would be like 90% horror movies, and people do not want to watch those. And that's the problem. Like, my genre is horror movies, dude. Hey. Should make Eli watch the Apes movies, dude, the entire thing. I prefer thrillers to horrors. It kind of depends, but mostly horrors for me. Look for excuses to watch Dawn. That was just a perfect movie. Was it? I guess Dawn was pretty good. I don't know if it was perfect. Alright, everyone name your favorite current musical artist. Not all time, unless your all-time favorite is your current favorite, which I guess is fair, but... If a movie exists just as a thing to jump scare you, I mean, no, just like exclusive jump scares suck. Psychological horrors and ones that are just like... Current, maybe Blood Cultures. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm into that. Impossible one for me? That's fair. Yeah, I always wonder if people can answer that one. For me, it's also pretty difficult. It kind of just depends on my mood at the time. Hollow songs in the middle of rock music I listen to. That would probably kill my vibes a little bit. Mumford & Sons? Yeah. I like Mumford & Sons, yeah. I don't have a current favorite, to be honest, because... I'm just listening to Deadmau5. And like, it should be argued that Deadmau5 is my favorite of all time just because he's my most listened to by a landslide, but I always say Pink Floyd is my favorite of all time. Lewis Capaldi. Paramore. I do love Paramore. Hayley Williams was in a very early Ico crush. And Emma Watson, but like in the later films. Like not later. Was it Prisoner of Azkaban? I don't know if I have any true favorite band. Well, that's what I asked at this current moment. But I guess not everyone's crazy and just loops one artist over and over until they get tired of them. So fair. Listened to The Mountain a lot last month, but Spotify still fought me to make it relevant to my playlists. This is a good stream to just yap at the moment because all I'm doing is signals until an event happens, pretty much. I have like no other objectives today. I'm sure a lot of you have gained a little bit of music taste from your parents, right? Because they share a lot of the music they listen to in their time, and you came to appreciate it. Is this Jupiter? It's Jupiter. But, do you guys remember the first musical artist you got into that wasn't, like, from someone else? Because, as far as, like, Linkin Park... A lot of EDM, it was my sister. She got me into those. You know, Limp Bizkit. Still a great album. The Mountain? It's wait, why manufactured? Sort of my favorites from my parents. Were mostly ones they mentioned, but never my favorites. Well, no, that's fair. Letter Chewy. For my sister, I was stuck listening to metalcore bands. My sister listened to a lot of... It's Jupiter! Play the song. Play the Deadmau 5 song, Jupiter. Where is it? Jupiter! Jupiter is like... He just released it, really? Last year? But we've been waiting for Jupiter to, like, release for 8 years or something. What was it? Papa Roach. Linkin Park. A lot of like Blink 182, Green Day, Good Charlotte. Those are the ones that my sister got me into. My first band that I found myself, or musical artist, I'm kind of like struggling to remember. My sister wasn't into like the screamo metalcore. I don't think it was Deadmau5. I think I found one before Deadmau5. Ooh, Infected Mushroom. My friend got me into Infected Mushroom because he got so tired of me listening to like Skrillex and this other artist named Crady. He made the song Android Porn. No, my sister listened to Avenged Sevenfold as well. My dad got me into Iron Maiden, Metallica, Pink Floyd, Prince. Time to stand. Again? I gotta piss. So I'm gonna do that while I stand, lol. So I'm gonna play ads. Because they're starting here in a moment anyway, so this gives me a moment. Be right back, and then I'll read what you guys are saying here. I guess I'll just do the BRB scene. Piss complete. Therefore, the song is freaking over. Okay? That's just how it works. I was vibing to that. Fine. Boards of Canada. I'll play it again. Just for you guys. Everything you do is a balloon. There you go. Alright. There you go. What I said about The Mountain. There was a lot of clips and Gorillaz stuff over social media for me after already being excited for the album that just felt like they were pushing for that kind of advertisement campaign. I kind of hate that. Yeah, but you know what's his face? He does so many more interviews now as well. It's kind of weird because he was so like anti-interview for so long. Had a lot of Avenged Sevenfold and Metallica, but that was only because my brother had them. I could leash the songs off him by Bluetooth. It's pretty based. I took my sister's old MP3 player. It had Linkin Park. It had Photograph by Nickelback. It had something by Limp Bizkit. Can't remember the song though. He's hinting that he normally pisses sitting down. You don't? How many of you piss sitting down? This is a no judge zone. I think more Europeans sit. I stand. I'm actually 50-50. If I'm not like in a rush, I'll sit. If I'm sitting to pee, I've had a really horrendous day. Oh no. So you hover? Yes, sometimes. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. There are 3 men in this house and 1 woman. And when 3 men try to piss standing and they miss sometimes, and the one main man does not clean it, but the woman does, you start to feel a little bad. You start to feel a little bad. But also, I don't know, it's just like it's kind of how we were raised, to just sit when pissing. I think it's just cleaner, so you don't have to like deal with the surroundings or whatever. You hover. That shit's crazy. Yeah. Look at that. The real problem is when there's backsplash, or if you're like sitting on the toilet and like, you know, like the tip kind of like touches the water or something, and you're like, help me. Just put TP down first. I mean, in a public place, I will not sit. Hell no. Hell no. In a public like place, no way. I'm not even putting TP down. Never sit on a toilet in New York. Just don't. Just don't. Men stigma. I do it out of respect. Whoa. Oh, we've already seen this one before. That's how you get pregnant. Dude, yeah, that's pretty true, actually. Give me Jupiter. Jupiter! Yeah. I'm gonna put a little smile. Just in my hands to pee. I guess it isn't that European though, because you guys are saying you don't. Pizza? I want pizza. You better be sharing. You guys get judged for standing or not? It does get very judgmental for some reason. It's like, oh dude, you're a wimp if you sit when you piss. I'm like, who cares? I don't... I really don't care how you do it, just... Maybe don't miss. Mushroom. It's very common in Europe to just sit. Just be clean about it. Yeah, or, I mean, true. Just be clean about it. True that. We are, what? There's no way we've already... 4 cups of coffee? That was today. It's not missing if I aim outside. Dude? What do you mean by that? Outside the window? Hold on, maybe that makes sense. Wait a second. You guys ever hear of a Shigo? Nope. I mean, I know her from Kim Possible. Outside the balcony. The green chick from, damn it. Yo, my bad, man. I give you a handshake. I give you a high five. I know what you're about. On the go pee cup with a tube so women can pee standing on the go. What? What? What is this magic? The funnel, or is that the shiwi? Sometimes I hate it here. Girl tings. It's pretty cool. I mean, then you don't have to sit on the weird, gross toilet seats. I'm power washing, I'm power washing. Funnels of... What was that? Funnel's a funnel in it. What's up, Knock Juice? Mouth burned. Oh no. I've heard like 3 different brand names for those things. Shigo, Shiwi, Go Girl. Someone say my name correctly? I'm not even sure how else I would say it. Hell yeah. I'm glad I got it right. Did you say it wrong? I don't know how. I'm not sure I know how either. I find myself to be very hit or miss with names. Either I completely butcher them or I get them like perfect and they're like always surprised. Funnel's a funnel, isn't it? We love technology. The benefits they give us. Damn, this is so clean now. Well, aside from this, now we need cement again. Truly a life-changing experience when you have this spectacular contraption to move humanity forward. For those who come after. For those who come. Not me. Are the toilets disguised as golf clubs for when you're on the course? You put it in your golf bag after? What? I've never heard of this contraption. They just be making anything these days. Lemon juice. No, wait a second. I saw those. Next time I'm looking for weird looking faces. Yeah, science. You love this song, huh, Bisha? I think that's the second time it played today. I mean, this is a good song. It's very good. I think we talked about this. I'm pretty sure you said this was your favorite deadmau5 song a long time ago. Great memories blasting this while driving at night. Joe said something really relatable. I think it was 2 days ago or something. He was mentioning the song Channel 42 by deadmau5 and Wolfgang Gartner. It's about like the police, like getting almost in trouble with the police. And I remember blasting that song in the car at like 4 in the morning. And I wasn't like speeding, but it was a little bit of sus driving. Granted, it was a completely empty street. And you know, honestly, I probably should have gotten pulled over for it. It's a long time ago though. Do not drive recklessly. I was like 19, all right? I was 19 years old. I was like, oh, I'm gonna live a little bit. We need so much cement if we... My friends were... Hello? My friends weren't really that into deadmau5, except for one of my friends. But the rest of them were not really. Man, to drive through a city while listening to this in the dead of night, right? What a vibe. I'm really scared to clean this. I'm gonna go grab a sponge. What happened to this window? It was like squeaky clean. Energy waste? What? Windows regen dirt. That is true. That is true. I'm just, you know, I'm so used to this window right here. Look how nice it is. Nice and squeaky clean, and only some dirt that I literally couldn't power wash off. Begin text. You guys hear that random scream again? The stock scream. Gas giant. I want Jupiter tier 3. Let's go. I love Jupiter. I mean, I love Neptune the most. That is my favorite planet. I bet you the Neptune one we have is like... Where is it? Did I not tag it as Neptune? It doesn't even matter because all these bugged out. Even the tier 3s. No. My planets. God, what a tune! All right. Cement 40. Well, we're gonna get 5. We're gonna start repairing all of the little cracks in the base. It's gonna be nice. Just because it's gonna be so boring if all I do is the signals today, but in all honesty, that's really all we have to do. For now. Woo! I'm so washed. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? There's still more in here. You know what? I've been bothered by the crack right here for so long. I think we're gonna start with that. I said interior first, but what's up, dentist? 6 years. God damn. Where'd I put my buckets? We have one, but we had more. Why did I close this again? Every time I see the mannequin, I'm just convinced I should probably close it. Wall fixer. Wait, I think I put the bucket in here. Concrete bucket. Does this actually freeze in there? I mean, not freeze, but like solidify. It didn't. Okay, so that's the play. If we don't want the concrete to dry up, we just put it into a storage container, which makes sense, but. Okay, I saw some cracks, but those are a little bit more tolerable. Can you relax, man? What are you, a ballerina? Like, dude. I will say the cost of how many uses this has, it can get a little crazy. A little crazy. A little crazy. Do not enter my base. But steel's heavier than feathers? I can never do it like he does. Probably because, you know, actually... Is it, Scottish? Scotland! I said, don't. I want to get bees. I'm just scared they keep stinging me. What? Bzz, bzz. Dude, that's it. Damn it. I'm not strong enough. Not yet. Oh, thank God I could reach. Dr. Kell's got to be like 2 feet tall, man. Wow, I wish I can cover this up, but I guess that makes sense. We get some custom carpets, I guess. Where's the next jumbo crack? Upstairs, I suppose. Oh, yeah. I guess we don't need double because... It might dry up by the time we're done. I don't even know. Maybe. What? These are 2 different ones? I'm getting scammed. My Chungus life. That's so outdated now, it's crazy. It's like 3 years ago. Now it's Chud life. Sheesh. Oh, God. Feels old, man. I can't wait to say that when I'm like 80 years old on Twitch. Oh, I just feel so old these days. I can't get behind the new humor. Oh, jeez. You are old, Grandpa. You're 80. Get with the times, man. Ah! Ow! Not cool, dude. It's interesting that this restores the art. This is some really magical concrete. Stop it, it's so loud. No. How's the weather for everyone lately? I know this is a very divided community in terms of like preference in weather. Because I prefer when it's colder by a landslide, and then, you know, I feel like the majority of the people here are like, yeah, dude, I love when it's boiling outside. Too sunny, put it back? Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, man. And the sun is amazing. As soon as the shade is here, it's freezing. England. You're still... Are you... You have like 2 locations at all times, and I just assume you're at either one or the other. But I assume UK. UK full-time? Oh, really? That's it? That's the end of the other location era? Amsterdam is good girl. Damn. So that's how you feel. I didn't add that. I have psychopaths that have control over my 7 TV emotes. I'm sorry they did this to you. Well, damn. I guess I'll never be able to call you John Amsterdam ever again. But you liked it, right? I remember you saying you like really enjoyed it. What's the next Bisha arc? We should you should go to Canada. I'll move back in a heartbeat. Yeah. I don't have like a lot of... It's just Poland and really New York, so I don't really have any other places I'm like, yeah. Chance at moving to LA, but it's not looking likely. Yeah. That's a tough one. The US is kind of unforgiving with like jobs at the moment. Really? Really? But I can't... It's okay, Aiko. It's alright. That's fine. Don't... It's all okay. You're valid for being upset about this, but... Oh! No, of course. But I can't fix the little cracks on the little road in the garage. Really? No, you know what? Now I am upset. That's cool, though. Do you want that? Do you want to work in LA, potentially? Like, just not even including the job. I mean, I guess if you've never been, then San Diego, not so much LA, right? Yeah, that's what I hear all the time as well. I hate you so bad. Huh. Waiter. What I would do to go on, like, for a swim in, like, a river right now. Not like a rapids, obviously, but, like, just... a nice little swim. Maybe even in the rapids, to be honest. Sweet. Damn, look how nice it's getting. You're gonna tell me these are two different ones? Mr. Doctor knows. I'm gonna fight you, man. I'm gonna fight you. Rubber dinghy rapids. What? That sounds so familiar. What are you guys talking about? Good part of London though, right now, so I'm happy. Cool, oh London. London bin knife. London. Okay. I think we're pretty good. I need to sneeze. Sneeze done. Sneeze completed. Okay. Oh. I don't think the movie I'm quoting would have made it to the US. Maybe it's just some like meme that one of the million British people that I talked to just mentioned or said one day, and it rings a bell, but I don't know. The movie about a group of wannabe terrorists that blow up a Boots? What the? That's the one. Great movie, though. Oh, they're all fake. We're just that hungry. Oh, I can't leave those. I have to watch them. Never watched it? Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Ow. Didn't I buy a spatula? Silly me. Radio tower has been damaged. What a surprise. I always feel like these triangles would be a lot wider. But I guess not. Calibration. So what actually does do the server upgrades do? Speaking of which, you can probably buy a couple more. Channel 4? Don't you mean channel 42? Play it. Where is it? Play it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Banger right here. Didn't I buy 2 gas cans? Oh. I have heard the title 4 Lions before, but again, I don't think I've watched it. I'm not really I haven't been a movie person in a long time. Wow. What a banger, man. Who wouldn't do some reckless driving to this song, man? We'll wake up at 75. Nah, you know, let's just go to 100. Yeah. X-ray is down. What? Repair. Not enough concrete. Bloody you. Nice. Dude, Gerksuvi. How is RE6? What would you rate it? Give us your honest review. Yeah. Eerie? What the? We should probably clean these showers. Part of me is wondering if I could just take apart some of these bathroom stalls, man. What a mess. Wub, 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 wub. Oh. Monophobia. Inside my head, there's a little place left for you. Boop. This is polyphobia, I think, yeah. Oh, man. What the? Did you see that? It went from 90 to 88. You see this? That's ridiculous. Some Rose. Hopefully everybody's happy about the fact that we have substantially more, what do you call them? Redeems. Some returning, some new. Bomba Club. I need a bomb for Resident Evil 6. So how'd you guys like it? How did everybody like Resident Evil 6? Is having fun? Was aight? Just aight? Shiri likes one of the characters. Alright, wife. Fix servers. I gotta go fix the TRs. Wait, what? Didn't this just say Monday? When we started? Am I crazy? Okay. I mean, that's fine. Anyways. Danny Sex Bang. This is the guy from, brain fart. Big brain fart. He's the same guy that is saying it. Robin Swire. Rob Swire. Rob. No. This is Rob Swire. From the thing that starts with P. I can't remember the name. But you know what I'm talking. Play ghosts and stuff. Pikachu! No. I don't like Pikachu. Pendulum, thank you. I was like, pen drive? Why is this on? Hey! Hey, who turned off the lights? How do you even... What the hell? Pen Island. Pen 15. Yeah, guys, spell attic. How do I turn these off? Hey! Hey! This is gonna bother me. I don't want it to be on, but whatever. Graffiti crew here in Dublin for a while called PNS. That focus their tags on ballers and anything phallic in the city. Incredible. That's how you do tags. There's a pretty crazy group in Poland. They don't do anything like that. They just do like really cool graffiti art. I can't remember their name. Like I said, I'm pretty bad with names. I remember Banksy. I feel like that's just the common one to remember though. Help! Help! Monster! I'm gonna die! Help me! Oh god! No. Wow. It's so cool that I made this cool looking nice place. Really, like, put so much effort into it, even got all these carpets. Just for it to despawn. Basically, technically not a graffiti writer, and technically a street artist. You talking about, Banksy? Yeah, yeah. True dat. I mean, all the terminology goes over my head, but... I'm sure at some point we'll do Resident Evil 6. Whenever I'm in the mood for Resident Evil again. I kind of just thought about skipping it, though. Aw, noodles. Out of space? For a plate? All right. Oh boy. Almost the following day.
Baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you.
Juicy Sour, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Now that is a very good video game. I hope you're enjoying it. That is a very excellent video game that you have chosen to play. I think my watch is telling me to stand up again. Too much open world for my brain to understand? Honest advice when it comes to that game, just focus on the main story for a while. And honestly, while you're on your way to do main story stuff, then you can do some like open world content. Because I find that everyone that's overwhelmed, if they just focus on like the main story, and as they're heading towards like each main story thing, I mean, I'm not going to tell you how to play the game, obviously, but it'll be a little less overwhelming. It's server stability, but I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't feel like it's been any more stable. We're gonna get like, let's get like 20. Cannot determine location. Dude. What? Alright, order 6 fuses. Can you imagine living off of only oranges? I'm not sure you can. Orang. You wouldn't get scurvy at least? Damn, you're right. When you're right, you do be right. Well, that's cool. Hell yeah. I mean, if you give up on the game, I understand. The game is crazy, but I hope you do enjoy it. It takes a little bit. That game do be a little bit crazy. It'll take me 20 years to complete? It might take a while, yeah. It might take a hot minute. Who was it? Was it Arulis? Someone was doing like Honkai Star Rail streams. I think it was Dino. They do daily Honkai. I don't know if they still do, but they got to like day 350 of just daily playing Honkai Star Rail. That was awesome. That was pretty cool. I don't know if they still do it or not. I'm a little behind on the streamers. Wow. I don't think 20 will suffice. Just saying. It's okay, I only, like, we're gonna do it slowly but surely. It doesn't really matter. I feel like... Oops. Unless I do that. Alright, we got the first row at least. Get out of here! Get out of here! I think I like the vocal version of this more. Although I like the... I don't know why I just don't get into making music. I mean, I do know, but... Get out. Heist music? The show this is for is called like Polar? I've never watched it, but like deadmau5 basically made the entire soundtrack for it. It's a Netflix show. Polar Netflix. I don't even know what it's about. A retiring assassin suddenly finds himself on the receiving end of a hit, contracted by none other than his employer seeking to cash in on the pensions of aging employees. Blade, yeah. I should watch Polar. You know, deadmau5 has said for like 15 years that he would love to do an OST for something, but it can't be, like, it has to be something good. Like, he needs to have a little bit of passion for it. So if he chose to do it for this show, it's probably good. Ah, yes, because there's been nothing good. Well, maybe, he says he gets a bunch of offers, but... maybe he just didn't get one for something he really wanted to do a soundtrack for. Arcane good. I did enjoy Arcane. Arcane was pretty good. Coordinate radar CR1 has been damaged. Really? Harry Brown. We can probably order more of those servers, actually. We'll do another, like, 20. Oh, yeah. Arcane was pretty good. I can't wait for the next show. These hooligans, man. These hooligan mannequins. Plus, you know how deadmau5 is. Why can't I pick up my ATV? Hello? AFK for a bit? Well, see you never. Because this is the last stream forever. Imagine, though. But our plants! That's right. Well, theoretically, that means your plant will never die. It'll be permanently fully grown. Which I think is kind of nice, right? Immortalized plants. And just like that, Joe the Lion was never found again. You're one of the end of movie character summaries. And just like that, Chota Lion was never seen again. Mexi Lexi went on to creating her own jumbo amazing business. Bisha? Well, he owns bees now. Like, all the bees, not just some. Irish Bogan? Turns out he was never Irish. We need more servers. Do 10, because I don't know how much are actually left. How many are actually left? English, am I right? Huh. And Juice Sour? Well, it seems he opened up his own VTuber corporation. I command them. Crazy. You know what? That's what I think about that wooden pallet. Nanomind bees, holy. Let's get 2 cyan glow sticks. I'm really curious to see what this will do. This is a very weird asteroid, like... You will leave, or you will die. Huh, and me? Well... I ate a burger. And that was really it. Oh man, we need more than 10. One more time with you guys, I'm gonna lock you up into the incinerator and you're gonna... Anyways, ads are about to start. So we're gonna pause and let the ads do their thing. In the meantime, I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna stand, because it told me to stand about like 20 minutes ago, and I didn't stand. Sup? What's everyone's favorite fruit? I like peaches. I also like blackberries. I also like blueberries. I also like raspberries. Pomegranates? No, no pomegranates. No pomegranates. So I'm gonna use that for like a music sample. No pomegranates. I stood up. It felt pretty good. I took a little stretch. Pretty good. Bittersweet. I do like pomegranates. Grapefruit's pretty good. Honestly, it's not really a fruit that I hate. Even like durians, they have this awful aroma, the scent, but like generally they're pretty good. They're good. If you can dodge the bad smell, you might like really like durians, to be honest. To be honest. Yeah. I think peaches remain at number 1. And ads are done in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Back to the video game. Awesome. Really cool. How can I light this place up a little bit better? I mean, honestly, I have an answer to this, but I don't know how it'll work. I could just put a neon up top. A lot of dots today. What neon would I want to put up there, though? Maybe we buy a new one. Neon. How about ASO? Get that one. Show me what you got. They're so much more aggressive now that I set one of their friends on fire forever. Onward. Okay. Dude. Stop it. I swear to God. Swear to God. Gas giant. Okay, let's save this one. Yeah, we cannot be sleeping on animal rights. Bump that. My frames. Oh, jeez. Even this lighting didn't really improve it. Whoa. This might be a tough one. I mean, I suppose. What? Half hook? Where's my full hook? What? Hook. Well, that's suboptimal. Okay. Why can't I grab the hook? Hey, man. Give me my hook back. We'll try this a different way. Come on. I don't think I can reel it in. Okay. Or maybe it just got stuck. That's okay. I have a different plan. The old-fashioned way. Where's the ladder? Maybe? I mean, if it doesn't fall, I should be able to grab it, right? This is quite the process, good lord. Hopefully this works. I can't really, like, lower it, though. It's kind of the problem here. Maybe, hold on. I think it's gonna fall. I literally can't, like... Why? Huh. Well, this sucks. What about here? The point was for it to be a light. Oh, okay. There's no way, dude. It could have totally fit up there. I don't believe it. It just didn't want to, like... Whatever, dude. Yeah, I think it has to be like below, but I don't have... You know what? I have one thing I can try. Oops. It's kind of funny that I can't. Dude. Y'all have got to stop, man. They're so loud, man. Oops. Maybe. I'm moments away from just scrapping these guys. Too loud. Okay. Maybe, what if I... Can I grab this? Well, no. The hook is in my hand, so I can't. What if I have... Okay. Did it work? It did, but not good. Okay. How's that? How in the world am I gonna get this centered? Okay. How's the lighting? It's honestly not even better. Alright. We'll figure out a different method to the madness. Looks cool though. I do like where it is. I just kind of wish the lighting was a bit stronger there, but yeah. At least it looks nice. Come to you guys. Calibrate. CR check. Alright. Nice. Nice, cool, dope. Oh. Sweet. Got it all right? Yes. Gaussian field theory. There's no way. I'm getting so sick of these guys. I'm getting sick of them. You can't lock them anywhere without killing them. What did you do to my clock? My watering can. My repair kit. Tomfoolery. It's nap time. After this one's done, because it's almost done. I'm out of coffee. Damn it. Oh, dang it. Wub, 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 wub. Wrong one. Damn it. This guy works out. Nice. Let's do this really quick before we get attacked by the boogeyman. Actually, we just slept. It's coffee time. And orange time. Excellent. Hello? Damn, it was like so fast that time. Ah, the void. What sucks about this is, aside from the photos we take, we won't really know. We won't have proof that we saw the, I mean, I guess we'll have clips, but... That's a UFO. Schnoot, guys. Give me a ciggy. Cannot use. Huh? Sweet. Haha. Oh yeah. I like that. Dude, the photo camera's so funny because it's taking a picture of like basically a wide FOV of your already existing view. So my Siggy's just floating in the middle of the camera picture. The alien Toyota Corolla. We got some jolly good pictures. There she is before she ran away. Here she is when she was still alive with us. Here's the Easter Bunny. The boys. The angry deer that wants to kill me. We should go in there. You know what? Let's do that. Let's go see what's down there. You know what? This is a good time to finally take the ATV for a spin. Let's just see how it goes. I've been really scared. We've supercharged this thing, so... Oh god. Okay. Quite fast. We can still go faster though. But I need to get away from the trees. Oh god, that's way too fast. Okay. We gotta make some roads in this place, you know? I'm saving again because I'm about to do something crazy. Yeah! Got some airtime! Oh, snap. All right. Ladies and gents, the hole. I don't think we want to touch the edges there, because we'll fall and die. Like, it electrocutes you. Never mind, we're good. Do a flip, I wish. Whose hole is this? Whoa! Donut. It is the device of the aliens. The alien device. Whoa. Is there really nothing else down here right now? It's the hole of the aliens. Hey, there might be coffee. There might be coffee. This is the song title. The name of the song is the title of the stream today. Wow. Wow. I guess there's nothing else here. Still unfinished. Well, we were down here at least. I mean, it is a little bit changed because I don't remember all this scrap around the place. Unfortunately, the device that she tossed, I think it was last stream, it is nowhere to be found. Which means it probably despawned or hit the laser. Alright, well. Sup? I did leave my ATV, which is suboptimal, but that's okay. Deadmau5 reminds me a lot of RuneScape as well. There's like a big nostalgia factor because I used to play so much RuneScape while listening to Deadmau5. Makes me want to play again. But I need to be strong. I can't play. Let's look at the photos. Nice. Not that nice, but whatever. The cigarette's so funny to see in them, though. It, like, takes up such a big chunk of the picture, man. If it wasn't DMCA, I would probably just have the music playing in the game, but... How did you get in? Tell me. Tell me. How? Did I leave the door open here? I did. I did. It is my fault, and I blamed them for it. I'm just a lousy person. A lousy human being. Let's go back for the ATV. It was probably not a wise decision to leave it there, but... Oh, is that Neon Genesis Evangelion? It is. It was Vaughan, Vogan, if you remember that guy. He only knows this song. It's like the one song that I played a lot of. And I had, you know, the however many streams titled this. And he was like, I can't hear the song without like hearing someone sing, there might be coffee, there might be coffee, there might be coffee. And every time I think of this song now, I think of him. Get in the Eva. It's time. Vaughan's awesome, yeah. It's a shame he got laid off from VR chat. It's crazy. This is like so mind-blowing to me, dude. It's mind-blowing. Regardless of whether I'll play VR chat or not ever again, like, the people that I have met who went crazy places. Dude, Vaughan, we used like free Unity assets that we found to make random worlds for the community. Lo and behold, works for VR chat. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. And Chris from Dream Shelter, he works for the Power Wash Simulator company. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he works for Power Wash Sim. Or, well, the company, not Power Wash Sim, but he does, yeah. I think Tomo does some, like, VA work. I haven't talked to Tom in a hot minute, though, so I don't know how that's going. Leap is a full-time streamer, doing pretty well, I would assume. I would imagine. I actually considered a while back, like, applying to VR chat to work in, under, like, support desk or something, because I thought I was pretty good at troubleshooting VR problems. I don't remember why I didn't. Nah, I just don't remember. But I was going to. I was going to try. Oh yeah, and Electro. Yeah, exactly. That's cool. Yeah, I was scared because, you know, after all the layoffs, I was like, oh no, is Electro also gone? But actually, Electro kept their job. That's awesome. Electro, just a turnip that we met in, what is it, Slyfest? That's the thing though, you gotta, to be a dev or like a worker for VR chat, I feel like you gotta play it, and I kinda don't do that. kind of don't do that. Very cool, though. What? How's it already at 90? This is the... Dude, you know, I put these maximum upgrades. I'm like, oh yeah, nothing's gonna break now. Wait, we're at VR chat? I follow like 4 whole people on Blue Sky. I'm lying. I follow like 48, but only 4 of them are active, and one of them is Electro. Product designer for social apps and games. It doesn't necessarily say VR chat, but I assume that's the position in VR chat. Radio tower has been damaged. He took my job. Electro's been pretty active in VR chat for like a long time. Like I said, I was gonna do... Oh, it disappeared the second I did that. So classic. I was gonna apply for like to be support of some sort. I actually know someone in real life now. We met in Vegas during FanFest who works in the support branch. Like under Tupper or something? Because Tupper is the overarching lead. And I was like, damn. I can't escape even if I wanted to. Concrete. What is this? Tool required. Ugh. Dude. So we gotta commit to the cell gun at some point. The best application, if not the second best. Uploaded my CV to the site. Took a second to upload. And that second I moved the CV on my PC, which corrupted the upload. When an error popped up, it forced my page to refresh, losing all of my application. Could remember any of what I wrote. Oof, dude. This is precisely why I save, or at least screenshot, the applications I submit. Now, the reason I usually do that is because sometimes they don't ask about your resume. They ask about the stuff you submitted in the application. So I try to study what I wrote there. Granted, you know, I don't, like, forge very much in there, if at all. But still, I try to keep all that information. Also because, you know, if there comes a time where I get fired or laid off, right? I'll use the application that worked the last time to you know, kind of like boost the chances. Every employer loves me but finds someone slightly better to hire. Oh boy, do I know that feeling. Oh boy, do I know that one. How many more do I need? One, 3, 6, 9. Does the event already happen, or have I already missed it, where the thing flies away? The Rositol, like, machine drill? The hex thing? I don't think so, but I don't remember. Only flies away when you go to it? Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't remember. Hold up. Wait a minute. What is the best PSY songs? I call him Psy, but I can't tell if that's actually what his name is. Because he said, my name is PSY. In one of the songs. Is it just Gundam style? Hey! And all the servers have been upgraded to max capacity. Oh. Oh, barnacles. Oh, barnacles, what's happening? I mean, I heard the explosion, but you expect me to, like, track that? And it's gone. And it's gone. Alright, let's see. What else can we do as far as, like, objectives in this game? If we really wanted to, which we don't, but we could do the tiles. But we really don't want to do the tiles. And I'm glad we all agree on that. Really, I'm just so hard focused on the, Oh, we're out of, Blur. It finally ran out, dude. Something fun I didn't know about but accidentally found in the files? Sure. Tell me. Hey, can I borrow $1640? Dude, I wish, man. I'd also love $1640. Believe me, if I had $1640 to spare, I'd probably been like, hell yeah, man. Ten times? Oh, the respawn thing. I know what you're talking about. The prison? Where you get, like, locked in a box? I have an idea. I might have rebound it, though. I did. Debug TP num. Okay, I don't have a numpad. Let's do... So, how does it feel? Probably sucks. Dude, what if he just... I mean, they have to despawn if they can't find a path, right? They're gonna respawn somewhere else, but... So how do I leave? Just gotta wait it out? Now leave. Thank you. If you continue this, you're next. Time to stand. No. I won't. I just won't. I won't stand for this. How effective do you reckon it actually is to listen to the iPhone advice to stand? It's like once an hour or something. Fine, I'll stand. Good time to stretch. Keeps your circulation going everywhere. It's annoying. It is, but what are the full long-term benefits? What if you don't stretch but you just stand up? Probably great. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, you're probably right. What's annoying is you stand up and sometimes it's like 30 seconds? Okay, you can sit back down. Sometimes you stand and you're standing there for 3 minutes. It's like, are you gonna ping me or not, man? Am I good? What did you feel this time? Did my blood circulation like quadruple? Please. I want to sit. This is why I think standing desks, good meta. Good meta. You did it! Oh, thanks. I know. I'm really good at standing up. Especially for, what was that, like, a minute? It was 60 whole seconds. Yeah, I feel really good about that. It's like a life-changing experience. It's not any more different than having the hydrate redeems and stuff. Although the hydrate redeem is pretty powerful. We should probably bring it back, because I'm so bad about hydrating. Crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy for you, baby, and you gotta know. Dude, stop screaming out there. I'm trying to work. Mattress. Below quality mattress. 50% stamina restoration. 110% stamina restoration. Now, is that better than just having a bed? I do know Always Sunny. Oh, do you like Always Sunny? I didn't watch all of it, but I do know of it. Well, now I'm hold on. Now I need to know. Sleeping bags. When inserted into the main bed frame. Wait. Mattresses restore stamina. When inserted in bed frame, they restore 100%. So the sleeping bag is better by 10%. Can I put the sleeping mattress on a bed or no? I'm buying one. The thing is, if I put it on there, is it going to be 110% still, or is it going to be 100%? I guess more importantly, can I take apart? Dude. I think Erie is somewhere, man. I don't know where, but she's around here because floating objects like that typically mean it's... Oh, maybe it was the mannequin, never mind. Yeah, it's probably this guy. I'm curious, although I don't want to lose the percentage, or I don't want to lose this bag by putting it on a bed. No. I mean, the mattress is already in there, so I guess... Oh. Jeez. Can I get, like... better pillows? No. I think it has to have the solid ground. Hmm. Oh yeah, because I can't even click with that one when I hold it. I mean, that's fun. Oh. I tried using it on the mattress, it didn't work. In front of your desk at the window? Oh, I know what you mean. I know he has no sleeping animation. Where's the iced coffee that you promised? Ooh, I want iced coffee. Alright, come on, Carlos, hook me up. Let's go get some Tim Hortons. Wait, again? Or was this the one we already saw? Oh. Chicken eggs. You know what? I love scrambled eggs. We'll trade. I'll get you some coffee, you get me some eggs, you know? That's probably not a fair trade, to be honest. Maybe if I get you a bag of, like, ground coffee. Eggs are just way more valuable, you know? Like, you give me a dozen eggs, that does not equate to a bag of, like, ground coffee. Probably. Ooh, yeah. Alright. That's fine, because, dude, the coordinate towers have been popping off. My folks love coffee. Your folks now would get on real good, I think. I live off that stuff, and matcha. But mostly coffee at the moment, because I'm out of matcha. And all of the places are sold out, or like the matcha costs something like 50 bucks. I'm like, dude, I don't have the money for that. No, hell no, dude. I'm wondering if we finally, like, fully upgraded everything. Clearly, I mean, obviously the ATV is not fully upgraded, it's not fully enhanced, but all of the Transformers have upgrades, all of the servers have upgrades, all of the... What else? Do you have a gas stove? Like in real life? Guess you'll have to wait to find out in 3 minutes. Oh man. Get hit with those ads. We'll be back after this commercial break. Yes, we do have a gas stove IRL. Someone is requesting to join the Discord. Their name is Jennifer Smith. They are in no mutual servers. They have no information. That's my friend. Yeah, Jennifer Smith is your friend. We went to the same hot dog eating contest when I was 6. Damn, you remember Jennifer from when you were 6? Damn. That's pretty cool. But yes, we do have a gas stove. Why do you ask? I do think it's more common now to get electric stoves, but oh, we're gassing it up. We're gassing it up real good. What's up, WinXP? Oh my god, a Dead Mouse Finals on sale. I need to get... My problem is, I want to put... I have some frames that I got for Christmas. I want to put some vinyls up. But I only have Porter's. I have Porter's World vinyl hung up. I want to get Good Faith. Now, I have a Good Faith vinyl, but it's those mini vinyls, dude. And it's the one that's signed. So even if I wanted to use the mini vinyl, I don't want to display this one because I want to get it out of the wrapping because it's signed. Madion signed it. I don't want to remove it from the packaging. This is where the problem begins. I gotta get like a full size. I don't even know if he has one. Ads are over. I wonder if that's why scrambled eggs is better to use. Scrambled egg for me is in a pot. Takes 15 minutes. Gas stove, it's 3 minutes. Yeah, that's pretty true. It takes me no time at all to make scrambled eggs. I also don't like leave them there for too long. So it's honestly, it's not even 3 minutes. I have like a method to my madness. Let's go to the drill. The radio tower's been damaged. Wow, tell me something new. Seriously. Tasty. Mystery organ. What does that mean, dude? Like, what is a mystery organ? The appendix. Spleen. I'm doing what must be done. They have committed their act of war, and I will be ending their spawns once and for all. We're gonna leave one. That one will be the survivor. The lone survivor to tell the stories. The tales of Madman Mr. Dr. Kell. Seems I missed the drill. That's the computer I tossed. I guess it fell so far that it broke into pieces? There's no way, right? X to doubt. I guess it's not ready yet. Okay, goodbye. I just couldn't remember if it's a story event or not. Alright, if I can remember, we have to return to the shrine area at night. Or not at night, when it rains. I don't know what happens. What if I just stole a porta potty? Just brought it over to the base. What if you went to the porta potty at 3:33 a.m.? By the way, did they change that? Is that how you see the alien dude now on the toilet? Or is that just a random event that I missed? We never got this signal, I don't think. Oh yeah, true. The entire bathroom is new. Maybe it's just gone. There's a lot of things that changed. I'm like, well, what happened to the event here then? Boop. Electronic trash. Ah. Organs. Oh, it's full. It's okay, we just put it in here. White dwarf. Whoa. Kill. Kind of waiting, you know, I've been in a Left 4 Dead mood. At some point, Leaf and I are gonna play it, I think. That would be kind of fun. Alright, let's try something. Okay. I literally can't tell if it's working. I think it is. Oh, it is for sure. Achievement for clean shower. Yo. Sweet. Oh. Wow, out of fuel again, huh? What, no hot water? Fully clothed Dr. Kell. I guess nothing happens with this. I keep seeing that people are able to restore stamina in the shower. Really? I still have no idea how. I didn't know about that. You gonna collect that water for storage? Nah, we're good. Alright, listen. Good song, but how many times are we gonna play it, you know? I don't want to say it. Yeah, I can't believe it played again. It's because I have a playlist, not a playlist, I have an album that's literally just, I remember, radio edit, I remember, remix, I remember, extended cut. I'm like, okay. Okay, I get it, man. Two bone. Do you remember? I remember. That is certainly a song I could see myself looping. Probably more so off stream. What's up, Zeus? All right. Cool. We got that done. We got that done. I'm trying to think of like tasks I want to. Just anything. I'm kind of like out of major goals right now. For a little bit at least. I do want to eventually decorate like downstairs a bit. We're kind of just on the final stretch of the story. Huh. What is that? Is that a dead person? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. We'll do something down here eventually. I don't know what. We're not gonna do much mass decorating, to be honest. I would go searching for Eerie, but I'm as good as you know. I stopped caring after we spawned the second one and she's disappeared. At that point, I was like, all right, well. Is that the briefcase? It did despawn. It's no longer in the base. It used to be right under this desk. I think you can grab it with... Is that not it? No. Maybe it isn't there. Oh. And before Eerie, like, grabbed it a second time and just ran away. It's not down there, right? You know, there's a donut. And I'm just like... There's gotta be a way in there, you know? But... I don't know. So many questions left unanswered. This is a raise your weapon. I was like, not again. Why is this so slow? Oh. Would this work? Yeah, I didn't think so. This is terrible. Quick. Nice. There's always a way in, but is the way you want to go in? I don't know. I don't know, man. I kind of figured it was connected somehow to the bunker. Whoa. Have it your way. Oh. Aw, fiddlesticks. Just throw another pile of this over by the log that fell over. Not enough space. What? Damn. Alright, not enough space. Maybe I'll just respawn the Eerie plush and just leave it be in the base as like... I mean, I considered making a third Omega Kerfus in the Eerie form, but I don't know. Think I'm quite alright with the two we have. What the... Shovel. Okay, great. No, my burger. No. It's ruined forever. It's funny, we're actually not done cleaning the outside yet because there's all these boxes. And I kind of want to get rid of these containers. Just hacksaw them. It's a lot of metal scrap, dude. Burger patty. Excellent. Whoa. Lava. We haven't been listening to like any of these signals. We get them, we go next. And honestly, that's kind of the point we're at. At least until we see the TARDIS, which maybe we never will. Maybe it's been removed. That would be kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be kind of annoyed. Objective, shoot to them. Corkboard. Stop coughing. Bunny doll, ragdoll. Oh my god, we can buy just the whole cubicle? Whoa! What? What is this? It looks familiar. Where'd the mannequins go? They're like, you know what, we're tired of this. This guy sucks. I haven't collected any of these crops in a hot minute. But, you know, we're kind of just stacked. Oh, we should have collected the points. It do be raining. Is now a good time to go to the ruins? I think we just grab a cup of coffee and we go. Whatever, dude. I ordered something. Whatever, we'll come back. Surely. I just don't know how long it's gonna rain for, so. I took the wrong path. It's fine. Oh no. Main player 2. And so it begins. Ow. 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 Blah. Damn, he actually got me, huh? I didn't think to bring the axe, man. I just wanted... Oh, no. Is the weather gonna change now? That would suck. If it stopped raining after all that... I gotta get rid of these dupes, man. Let me get the bandage out. Rip, yeah. My usual play with that is goodbye rain. Well, whatever. Ow. Ow. My orange! I just don't get why the bandage doesn't work. Oh. Is that why? I think that's literally the only reason why. Ow. That's kind of sick. I'm dead again. Oh my god. Damn, they do damage. War. War never changes. Oh! This is not very optimal. Dude, I don't know. I'm an axe main. My game crash? I was gonna say. I don't want to turn back now, though. I think the knife kind of sucks, dude. It's good for food, though. Hurry. That's what we have. Well, at least we know why now. Where's my hook? Didn't I have a double hook? Or just regular hook, I suppose. Hey! I just want to try something. Okay. Wait here. No. No. It's ruined. Well, that sucks. I thought you could. It didn't let me. As I'm angling it wrong. Ow. Ow. This was a bad idea, because I was just... Ow. Yes! Yes! Haha! Alright, anyways, the rain stopped, so this is all pointless now. Trying to think of a really funny way to make it just die. It takes fall damage, I'm pretty sure. Damn. I'm afraid that if I hook it to this, it's gonna... This is my prisoner of war. Wait, are there floppies in there? Oh, no, okay. No, don't tell me to stand again. Oh my god. No, I don't really feel like it. You know, honestly, I just don't feel like it this time. You want to get into the trash can as well, huh? Stay out. Alright, we need bandages again. Now we know. They're just in these packs. Hog, eat the food. What? I have no idea what you said to me just now. OV in the cold, hog out, hog eat the food. It's raining again. Right? No. It looked like it was. That was weird. This is either a great idea or a horrible idea. I just want to see if it'll take the fall damage. My thing is, can I... How would I get him to leave, though? Oh. Wait. This is a lot of travel. Just bear with me. This could be great. Or it'll suck. I expect to, like, insta-die. But I'm experimenting. It's whatever. He's a prisoner of war. That sounds terrible. Sounds awful. Oh, dude, it's whatever. He's a prisoner of war, dude. It's all good. What if he's not in there anymore? All right. Let me out. Oh, he's definitely damaged. Or he's just walking really slow. I think he might have not taken any damage at all. Huh? Combo? Oh, the combo. You literally said the in every sentence. Dude, find a new word, man. Like, seriously? The? Where did this hooligan go? Yeah, he's not damaged at all. Where's my trash bin? Where? Huh? All right. That one failed. All right. Ovi in the hog, cold out hog, eat the food. I have... Nope. No clue. Not even the slightest. I stopped trying after the first attempt, honestly. I'm trying to think of silly ways to kill him, even though more of them will spawn eventually. I feel like they got stronger though, no? What? What? Ow. Ow. Maybe they were always this strong, I just don't remember. Why has this become my, like, testing battleground? At least we're gonna thrive off of electronic scrap once this guy's actually dead. Well. I feel like maybe they have more range. I think that's the problem. I used to be able... I'm sure if I tried to use the unknown device... Dude, please. I used to just toss him around. I got way too close there. Yep. Man. I feel like I don't remember what I did to, like, kill them last time. It's been that long, I guess, since I dealt with them. What did I do? Dude, no, I feel like I fought one just out in the open. Defense. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't even know what you're trying to refer to. I don't remember. The first one I ever fought was outside Sierra. If I'm gonna be honest, what I did last time was like, I just tossed them around with the grav gun. It's not gonna, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm basing it off of fighting one at Sierra. So whatever Sierra had... What did Sierra have? I don't know. Your wording is not gonna work. Especially not OV. It's not gonna work. Well, all I did last time was just toss him around. I could swear all I did was grab gun. But I don't take damage anymore. I think. Oh my god, good throw. I don't think he's taking damage from this. Ow. Maybe I do vividly recall, like, getting him stuck. Ow. I think he's low. Or just confused. No, I'm just confused. I mean, he's just landing perfectly, so Ow. Remind you, you used to do laps of fences and trees where they keep bashing into them and taking damage? No, dude, I remember doing something else. I don't really want to go through my VODs, but I know I did something else to, like, fight them that was, like... It worked so well. But I can't remember what it was. I do remember the fences and the trees. I do remember that. But I'm telling you, dude, there was something else that I did. It's so hard to remember. I know for sure, though, that I used to toss them around. For sure. I think I used the grav gun as my defense, and I used to, like, just toss them at trees, maybe. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I grav gunned, sent him at the trees, and then dodged around the trees, and he would keep smacking into them. Why can't I remember, dude? I didn't think the grav gun was involved. You tell me all I did, I didn't even like attack him? I didn't fight back? I just ran around? I'm going to Sierra specifically to like re-theorize. I'm doing this on purpose to remind myself what it is that I used to do. I was also weapon attacking. I used the axe or the knife. This is where my first encounter was, ever. But honestly... my thing about this is... So what's up, Mr. Enoch? My thing about this is... I, like, vividly remember doing something else. Like, this seems too simple. Oh, maybe I used the crowbar. Oh, come on, dude. I'm trying not to be as close. That's exactly why. Gotta say, I don't remember using the trees or the fences. I really don't. I feel like I need to go back through my VODs now. I'm like... for some reason, I'm vividly recalling, like... getting him stuck somehow. I don't know how, but that's what I remember. Are you sure I didn't use the grav gun? Oh my god. I feel gaslit. Ow. God damn it. The first time you encountered one, you weren't as ready to fight? I didn't even know I could kill them at the time. Using trees and fences to make, to get them damaged. Where'd he go? I know about the bin idea because of Kev. Maybe you're right. As I'm running around like a moron around the trees, I'm like, wait, maybe I did do that. But I only vividly remember it. Ow. I do think at some point I use the grav gun. Can you use a double-sided hook and leap? I could, yes. My thing is I'm vividly remembering, like, getting them stuck somehow. Only because I remember getting like some sort of mechanic from maybe Grimmy. I don't remember who did it. I'm trying to like heal out a little bit. I mean, he's still running, so. Ow. It's funny how I can always remember the ideas I get from people, but not the ideas I do myself, because I don't remember ever watching anyone just dodge around fences and trees. It's always my own ideas I can't remember. Honestly, I remember using trees and fences to get them damaged enough. I guess so. And I just swung at him the whole time? How strange. I know I got the grab gun idea off of someone. I couldn't tell you who, though. Oh, I'm dead. I'm washed. This streamer's washed. I'm going back to my VODs. I need to know. I need to know. Ico VODs. Channel. Videos. Voices of... All of these have been named Voice of the Void this whole time? Oh my god. Voices. Oh, Halloween mode. Thanks for the follow. Whomstever that was. It wasn't my first playthrough. It was the second playthrough because I remember avoiding them at all costs in my first. I don't even know if they exist in the first playthrough, to be honest. Zero point 8.0. Wait, we played 0.8.0? Now I'm like, wait a second. I played this? Are you serious? Silence. I want to know what weapon I used, if any. I don't know, Joe seems so, like, convinced about the trees that I'm like, well, I choose to believe him. I'm like, it doesn't feel familiar when I do it. The real problem here is I can't find... Here, number 14. Nope, that's wrong. Part 7. It's not 2 years ago. We have to go 0.8.0. All right, part 11. God damn, the base looks so different. Huh. Damn, the model looked so different back then. I even had this, like, longer hair. Oh my god, the base was so much darker. What a noob. What a noob. This guy didn't have a billion blue cyan glow sticks? Seriously? At that point in time? What a loser. Alright. Well, I have some hammer in my hand in that one. I don't know. Well, let's try the mechanic of trees. At this point, Joe's probably right. We got a billion trees right here. I think it's because he has to go, like, full speed, right? Yeah. Wait. I think I'm remembering. I'm beginning to believe. Yeah, I made him, like, run full speed, I think. Because it would stun him or something. Ow. He definitely does way more damage though. I'm gonna be so real. We gotta get a crowbar. Hello? Where's my damage? Where are my damage numbers? Lol, noob. Maybe it is just the axe throwing me off. It's like, it's clicking my head again. Ow. I guess I was just better at it back then because we did it so often. This is a good spot right here. These 4 trees. It's so good. Ow. Ow. Dude, these hitboxes are impeccable. +3. Oh, we get rep now? To be fair, I'm not certain what the best DPS for weapons. I just say whatever weapon you find has the best results for damage. I know people like the pickaxe. I feel like it's too slow. The axe is slow against this guy, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right, though. I started to, like, remember vividly fighting this dude. Exactly how you were describing it. But I think I used, like... Oh, it's so hard to remember. I don't know why it's so hard to remember, but it's so hard to remember. I gotta get a crowbar. Did I have to buy one? Reverse horror movie. You're an innocent cyber bear trying to walk through the woods and some nerd slipping out from the trees. From behind the trees, hit you with an axe. Like Jason with glasses and a PhD. I was afraid of those guys when I first played this game. I was like, this is not winnable. I tried to lock one in there as well. It was a comedic time. Safe to say Joe remembers my playthroughs better than I do. Because I still don't fully remember that. I'm actually gonna go through the VODs and see if that's fully what I did. I do think crowbar was the play. I do think so. Oh my god. Huh. Well, nevertheless, this is the beginning of the next, like, spooky in quotes art. I think the orbs are scarier because you can't fight them back. The boars, you can kind of bully them if you know, like, their pathing properly. Clearly, I don't remember it. Yeah, but did I never used the oven. I don't think I ever used the oven. That's why I was so confused what you were talking about, because I thought you were just referring to something that I used to do, and I'm like... Did I use an oven? So I was like, he's trying to say something else. I'll tell you exactly what I remember. The last playthrough, where we had to deal with them. I know I used the gravity gun. I just know I did, but I don't remember for what. I need to go back and just check. Because it's driving me insane that I remember something that supposedly didn't happen. In my brain. Oh, Canada. All right. That being said, X. I don't understand the healing strats much either, to be honest. And that's what's throwing me off. Like, food is all I know, but then do oranges just heal like a bad amount? Are they just not that good? You know what, we're not gonna activate this because we're probably... God, I know I did something dumb and crazy against them before. It's like driving me insane to try to remember. I'm like, what did I do? Honestly, I think what the thing that's throwing me off is they do seem to be doing more damage. Bandages to stop bleeding, healing stuff to actually heal you, and food if you got nothing else. Ah. Then we gotta, like, lock in and get some, like, bottles of stuff. I mean, it might just say it in the store description. What? Heals by 10%. 20%. So is this the most? Pills bottle? Stops blood loss. Ah. Where do I find that stuff? Is it under miscellaneous? No, it's probably under essentials. Restores max health value. But it's heavy meds. I feel like we can't just, we can OD on those. I'm not really trying to OD. What's up, Time? Thanks for the raid, homie. How was Helldivers? How was Heckdivers? We're probably not going for too much longer. TBH, honest with you. Ooh, new sub-faction. That's cool. What'd they do? Oh, they fast. Whoa. That's pretty dope. We just went through our combat sequence. Bugs go zoom if they come in contact with the horny. What? Oh no. Well, damn. Sounds fun, though. I don't know if I would give it a go, but it do sound kind of fun. Tilting to everyone while I'm just like, damn, it's kind of different. It's fun. Yeah, I like the new stuff in video games, typically. It'll help you because you have been coughing, but you only kind of need it once. Pills and syrup and whatnot are good for health in general. They're your quick heals. Then also rest can heal you too. Right. I don't know why we've been coughing. He's just been sick. A satellite. It's been a minute since we got a satellite signal. Alright, this will be the last signal for today, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm probably gonna grab another one after this, but we're not gonna... You're protected from the rad capsule and you're not, yeah, I just have them in the mouth. Unless that does affect it. I know it's a permanent health debuff. Guess who's playing again, guys? To be fair, deadmau5 put that song in like 4 albums and then he has his own album for that song. Like... It's crazy. This would have been a good song for the combat sequence. What's gonna happen is we're going to do this signal, grab another one to like let it time down, and then we'll probably go to bed, and then tomorrow we'll probably sleep through it. That's so funny that I don't remember. It's not even been that long since... Was it that long? I mean, maybe like a year. Because we did the Halloween event, but we didn't really play the update. We just did the event. But it's so funny because I never remember my own, like, strategies for things when I think of them. Because I guess I learn better when, like, someone else is, like, doing the strat or something. I don't know. I don't know. Seeing it and trying to, like replicate it is so much easier. For my brain, I guess. I don't know. Clearly something's wrong. I hate when it's not centered. When it's not like a perfect triangle, because I It like has this weird drift to it. Is it just a satellite? I have to leave names now because I can't, like, everything poofs. Speaking of which, we did grab that exoplanet. I think this one. I knew I remembered this one from something. Alright. Let's go. Dude. Alright, hold it. Alright, gamers. Sick beat. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty sick. Oh, Miser, thank you for the follow. Oh. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Alright. That is GG's from me. Gonna get some food. Thanks for hanging out today. We will continue tomorrow. My plan with this game at the moment is to beat the story, which we only have like 8 in-game days left. That's, I don't know how many streams, maybe 2, maybe 3, potentially. Afterwards, I'm gonna keep playing for a little bit. I just want to see if we can get this TARDIS signal. I don't know how many extra streams I'll do after the fact. I have some goals for the after story I want to do. My overarching plan with Voices of the Void is that 1.0 will release, and it'll be like probably mostly finished. And that playthrough will carry on for like more than just after the story. I think you should see how many achievements you can get with this one save. I'll probably play until I feel like tired of the game, a little burnt out or something. But after the story is over, I'll probably like have games in between that I'll play. I'm gonna be so honest, as of right now, there's really not much else I feel like playing, especially on stream. So this game might just carry on for a hot minute. At least until I feel like there's something that I want to play extensively. We might do Resident Evil 7 next. I don't know. Might be the next game that gets added to the arsenal. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know. But anyways, thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate it. Remember to eat your free brush teeth for the jazz. Be sure to follow my socials if you have not done so already. Would greatly appreciate that. And I am GG's. I'm out. I'm Dunzo. Oh, wait. Skippy Poppin is alive. Do I have the thing? Is the plant there? No plant? No plant. No plant. Nope. It just said that I had... that was comedic for a moment. All right, Elite streaming. I won't stick around for too long because I got work to do today. But go say what's up. Thanks for hanging out. Plant. Yeah, I don't see the plant. Maybe I'll see an Elite stream. All right, cool. Thanks for hanging out. GG's. Peace.